7:02, please rise if you're able for the Pledge of Allegiance. Madam Secretary, whenever you're ready.
Roll call. Chair, Thomas Padavina.
Present.
Vice Chair, Marcus Vizino. Secretary, Sinead Fulton, present. Members, Richard Pelletier.
Here.
Katherine Johnson.
Here.
Kimberly Tompkins. Sebastian Giuliano.
Here.
Alternates Kellen Atherton. Kelly Sweeney.
Kelly Sweeney, Commissioner Sweeney will be seated for Commissioner Fazzino.
Okay. Item 3, items removed from the agenda.
No items have been removed from the agenda.
4, public comment on items on the agenda which are not currently scheduled for a public hearing.
If anyone in the public would like to speak to anything that is not currently scheduled for a public hearing. Anyone online?
Anybody online, if you want to participate in the meeting, use the raise hand function on the WebEx platform. If you're calling in, press *3 and it'll recognize you want to participate. Or you can drop a quick message in the chat and I'll recognize it.
5, confirmation that all hearing signs have been properly posted.
No public hearing signs were required.
6.1, continuation, petition to update and amend the Middletown zoning code by deleting sections 23A.
Yeah. Shanae, excuse me. I'm going to entertain a motion to move new business 8.1 above the public hearing for our person representing. Marcus is here. So Commissioner Sweeney, you will now be seated for Commissioner Tompkins as Commissioner Fazzino is present. And I'll entertain a motion to move 8.1 above 6.1.
Motion moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed signify by saying nay. Okay, motion passes. We'll move on to new business 8.1.
Request for a site plan approval for a change of non-conforming uses from an alcoholic liquor establishment to a service establishment for a new beauty salon spa located at 82 North Main Street in the IRA zone. Applicant agent John DeCina, SPR 2022-118.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is John DeSena. I live at 39 Alcest Terrace in Middletown, Connecticut. This is my partner on the building, and he can give his information. Your name and address, Stacy.
Stacy Parker, 22 Avon Court, Middletown, Connecticut.
Okay, if you have a presentation, we'll
You know,
entertain it.
we really don't have much. It's 82 North Main Street. It was an alcohol sales. It was a package store for years. We've had it for quite a few years. We renovated it, did, a lot of work down there. It's a small building. I want to say it's maybe 500 square feet. Stacy's daughter is going to go in there. She's going to have not a hair salon, but do wigs and a few other things like that. It'll be limited traffic. And again, it was an alcohol establishment for years. It's not going to be that. And it's a relatively small piece of property in the north end that it looks fantastic. So we're just looking for site plan approval.
Okay, are there any questions or comments from the commissioners or any of the public? Sorry, not the public. This is not a public hearing. So any questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Fulton.
Yes, you said that she's only doing wigs, so she's not doing having actual clients. Is it just going to be a place where she just?
No, she's gonna do wigs, a few other things, but not a full-blown hair salon, anything like that. No barbering, anything like that. Just basically, she's gonna do wigs, and it'll be limited because I don't know if you are familiar with the building, but it's small, very small. So she's going to be limited on what she could do. That's why parking really isn't an issue there. It's always been people pulling up when it's been a package store for all those years. They'd pull up, jump out, run in, get what they had, and take off. So there'll be really hardly any traffic there. There'd be one car and her car, so 2 cars at a time. She's going to do wigs, and I want to say, like foot detoxes, that sort of thing, but nothing, no barbering or anything like that.
So nothing that would require her to have like her Cosmo license to actually do hair?
Right, she does have to, be approved by the health department, and we're going there next for all the sinks and all that stuff. So she does have to have an approval from the health department, and we're gonna get that as soon as we hopefully get an approval here.
And would she be the only staff person there?
Yes, it's Stacy's daughter, yeah. She'll be the only one there.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And again, I think it's just, we're not here trying to reopen up a package store in the North End. It just doesn't work for me. And I think it's, a really a good spot. And if you had time to drive by the building, you'll see how much work we did there. It looks beautiful down there,
Any other questions or comments? Okay, I'll entertain a motion for a positive request for the site plan.
Move approval.
So moved.
Oh, that was Giuliano. You want to second it?
Yes.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed signify by saying nay. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Board. Thank you. Have a good night, everyone. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, let's go on to,
6.1?
do you want to do the, yeah, I'll entertain a motion to move the executive session above the public hearing, so 7.1 and 7.2 ahead of 6.1.
So moved. Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed signify by saying nay. Motion passes.
all gets weighed and you get charged for it. You pay by the weight. So when you come in over the scale to weigh your vehicle, you unload your material, and then you go back on the scale before you leave to make the payment. You get weighed again, and then the difference is what you get charged. Now we also have an area over here for mattresses that cannot be recycled. We have an area for tires, and we have our scrap metal pile, which if you have metal items, they would go in that pile. So when you're done, you can exit through here, or if you dropped off bulky waste and you need to get weighed again, you go this way, and this will allow you to go back up on the scale and get weighed and make the payment. So thanks for watching our video on the Middletown Recycling Center. There's more information on the city website, and if you have any questions, you can always call me or email me. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you soon.
Let's reread it to be safe.
Are we good? We're good? We haven't voted yet. All right. Okay. Right. All right, he says we're live. Commissioner Fulton, can you please read the executive session into the record?
7.1, approving an executive session of the Planning and Zoning Commission be held pursuant to the Freedom of Information Act, Section 1-200-6B, for the purpose of discussing attorney-client communications involving strategy and negotiations regarding the pending litigation known as the Hartford Dispensary, DBA, Root Center for Advanced Recovery versus City of Middletown Planning and Zoning Commission, docket number AC 45292, MMX CV 20-6029705-S, and the following individuals are invited to attend: the members and alternate members of the Planning and Zoning Commission, Mark Hazakowski, Director of Land Use, Christopher Fort, Assistant General Counsel, and Attorney Tom Gerard, Howard and Ludorf, LLC. 7.2, motion to authorize Assistant General...
We don't read that one yet, right? We need to wait on that.
Move approval.
Okay, so,
Just that one?
yeah, just read the first one for now.
Okay.
So we have a motion to approve 7.1.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed signify by saying nay. Okay, motion passes. We are in executive session.
Year. So that's a lot. So first I want to say, when you're buying your items, try to buy durable clothing. Don't go for the fast fashion. For instance, I have on a nice t-shirt that I got from the Connecticut Recyclers Coalition, and it's made from recycled water bottles. I got it probably 5 years ago, and I'm expecting it to last for a long time. So any clothing you get, try to get something that's durable and gonna last. But textiles can be turned into lots of neat things. For instance, stuffed animals can be turned into the inside of car seats. There's my stuffed animal. Or jeans, old jeans, holy jeans, can be turned into household insulation. Like this stuff. T-shirts, old t-shirts, if you can't use them as rags yourself, they can be recycled into wiping cloths. And what else do we have? I have some socks with no pairs, or holy socks, they can be turned into pillow stuffing. So these items, it's really important to know that you don't put them in the recycling bin. They can be recycled, they are valuable, but they do not go in your curbside recycling bin. They are actually called tanglers because when they get to the processing facility, they tangle up in all the machinery and they jam everything up. So don't put them in your curbside recycling. But you do have some options in Middletown to recycle this stuff. For instance, our first option is you can take them to one of these bins. We work with Bay State Textiles. They have a bunch of drop-off bins at different schools in Middletown and at our senior center. And you can bring your items there, just package them up in a plastic bag and put them right in the bin, and they'll get recycled. You just want to be sure that we can take pretty much anything. Like I said, clothing, as long as it's not wet or mildewy. We can take stuffed animals, we can take pillows, we can take bedding, we can take backpacks and pocketbooks. There's a whole list on our website. If you go to www.middletownct.gov, go to Public Works and Recycling, and you'll find it under textiles. There's our acceptable list there. But if you don't want to drop it off, the other good thing about the drop-off is the money that is raised goes directly to that school. There's a full list of the schools on the website, and that'll help support that school, which is awesome. But if you don't have time to do the drop-off, we have the curbside recycling program where you can get one of these pink bags from me or from Simple Recycling, and then you put your items in the bag and you can put them at the curb and they will pick them up on your recycling day. Now, a couple things with this. This only works if you put your recycling at the curb. So it doesn't work if you have a dumpster for your recycling, if you're in a large apartment or condo complex. They can't come on private property. But if you wheel your cart to the curb, You can put this out on your recycling day, and Simple Recycling will come by and pick it up. And then they also sort it out, same thing as Bay State. They take the same items as our drop boxes do, and they will either reuse items if they're good enough to be reused, or they will recycle them into the items that we talked about earlier. So those are some good options for recycling your textiles. You can also bring them to a charity. Like in Middletown, we have Goodwill, and they have a drop-off on Washington Street, and they also
Just because of you, I'm splitting with the past. I'm trying to get my thing together. Just because of you, baby, please try to understand. My turn at love, you gave it back again. And I believe it's all that I can do to give you the best of me. At first you came and cast my way. I took a bite. Now I don't know if what I'm doing's right. So please come back and let's start over again, baby. Out of the showers, out of the rain, out of the showers, ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the showers, out of the rain, with the fine hours in this house of love. You and me, baby. 'Cause in this house of love you find protection. Never in a day will you be neglected. Baby, come on in. Hey girl, come out of the rain. Love again. You ain't never gonna come out of the rain. Baby, come on in. Oh yeah, come out of the rain. With the fine hours Now ever since the first day we were talking, everything that came up to kill so involving. And baby, every day we see lovers chances. Take me on and come to me, I can manage, 'cause everybody knows true love is power. Everybody sing, come out.
Madam Secretary, would you read 7.2 into the record?
Motion to authorize Assistant General Counsel Christopher Fort to convey the Planning Zoning Commission's response to the Hartford Dispensary DBA Root Center for Advanced Recovery Settlement offer.
Move approval.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Roll call. Madam Secretary, roll call.
Chair Thomas Patavino.
Aye.
Vice Chair Marcus Fazzino. Secretary Sinead Fulton, aye. Members, Richard Pelletier.
Aye.
Catherine Johnson.
Nay.
Kelly Sweeney.
Aye.
Sebastian Giuliano.
Aye.
Thank you very much. Motion passes.
6.1, continuation petition to update and amend the Middletown zoning code by deleting sections 23A, 33A, 39, 39A, 44.08.45, and 62, modifying sections 11.01, 16, 26, 30, 40.03.09, 44.08.21, 48.03.06, 60, and 61, and create new sections 23A, 23B, 23C, and 62, and amend the Middletown zoning map by rezoning several properties located in the MX, TD, B-3, IM, M, R-15, or R-30 zones to a proposed new MXR, MXC, or MXI zone to preserve and promote traditional neighborhood development. Applicant agent, City of Middletown Land Use Department, Z 2022-2.
Okay, just bear with me a moment while I get set up.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Giuliano?
Mr. Chairman, if there are no members of the public, I would like to move approval and get this on to discussion by the commission.
Is there anyone online?
There is one person online. I did want to present some of the changes, if that's okay.
Sure.
I know, I'll try to be quick. All right. Okay, we're on board. Just give me a few minutes. I'll try to. It'll be much shorter than last time because I'm not going to rehash the materials. Okay, so as you know, this is a continuation of the public hearing from June 8th. Okay, just kind of outline what we're going to be covering today. I'll just do a quick recap of what the discussion was on June 8th. I believe Commissioner Sweeney was the only member not here. I'm assuming you're caught up in all the materials?
Yes, and I watched the recording.
Okay, thank you. And then I'll outline some of the revisions that's happened since that meeting. And then I'm just going to recap the basis of decision for this commission like I did last time. And if there's any public input or questions, I'd be happy to address them. So as I said before, we have anytime we're looking at any zone changes, we're seeing what kind of problems that we're trying to solve. And some of them are outlined here. The existing zoning doesn't really work. The MX zone the current MX zone is too restrictive. The TD zone, all the uses are special exception, which is causing disincentive to locate and do work in that zone. The IM zone was based on a development project that failed and never came to fruition. And the B3 zone is a small zone covering 6 parcels. While it does achieve some good zoning things, it's somewhat overregulated and can be absorbed into a larger project. Secondly, there's some development opportunities that can be applied for under the new zoning laws that we're proposing today, which I think would be good assets to Middletown. And lastly, the zoning code amendments address several points that are listed in the 2020-2030 Plan of Conservation Development. Quick recap, the proposal is to eliminate the current MX, TD, IM, and B3 zones and create 3 new zones, the MXR, MXC, MXI zones. And along with that, there is a use schedule, area, bulk, and yard requirements for each of those zones, and additional standard requirements. With that, we're going to amend areas, amend the zoning map to various areas of Middletown to these new zones. And then there's some other related zoning codes related to definitions, parking, special exception standards, signage that are impacted by this change and needed to be amended. And I went through all those last meeting, but just to recap, the MXR zone, the purpose of that was to preserve traditional residential development patterns. The changes would allow permitted uses 1 to 6 units, and farming, agriculture uses, bus stop shelters, special exception uses would be neighborhood stores, service establishments. This list isn't exhaustive, but it will kind of highlights what the point of the zone is. And there's bulk and yard requirements. And in this area, I made my mouse real big. I wish I could translate it. The proposed areas to rezone MXR is this Liberty Street area off of Washington Street. It's a fairly well-developed existing residential neighborhood. Second area is kind of 2 neighborhoods bisected by Sumner Brook. This is a neighborhood east of South Main Street, and an existing neighborhood west of Main Street Extension. And then lastly, there's a row of housing that's currently zone TD. It's on Hillside Avenue, I believe. This would preserve, the street. Secondly, the MXC, mixed-use commercial zone. The purpose of it is to, provide flexibility in the mix of uses that provide goods and services that support the local neighborhood. Again, permitted uses would be residential, 1 to 6 units, farming, bus stop shelters, and a significant change to the zoning code, it would allow mixed-use developments as a permitted use, which would be developments with commercial first floors and residential on upper floors. And then within this zone, special exception uses would be multifamily, 7 or more units. And then this is where it kind of opens up the zoning, where it allows banks, retail, offices, medical uses, commercial schools, brew pubs, other types of businesses that could support a local neighborhood. Again, there's height and yard requirements for this zone, and the area is looking to propose to rezone MXC. We have a section of Washington Street highlighted here, another section of Washington Street and Boston Road here, and Broad Street, a large section of South Main Street, a piece of land that's currently zoned MX on Newfield Street, same on Saybrook Road, again on Saybrook Road, and Main Street extension. Again, I covered all this last meeting. MXI zone, the purpose of that zone is to provide flexibility in the mix of use, including residential, commercial, industrial uses that provide goods and services and employment opportunities. Tiering off of the other two zones, permitted uses 1 to 6, residential units, farming, mixed-use development, and then the special exception. Basically, it's a carryover of all or most of the special exception uses that are currently allowed in the TD zone. Again, bulk and yard requirements in these areas to be zone MXI. This neighborhood here off around St. John's. The existing TD zone, for the most part, except for the two sections that I just mentioned earlier, and including the existing MX zone located with Silver Street up by the riverfront. An additional tract of land south of Saybrook Road and west of Bartholomew Road. This is one of those development opportunity locations, as well as this block of land between South Main Street and Highland and Randolph Road, another development opportunity. So since the last meeting, I took comments made at the meeting and additional comments received and revised the proposal in really three ways. First, originally we were looking to rezone with the elimination of the IM zone, which is currently found in this tract of land off of East Street and West Lake is one of these roads, and it's bounded by I-91. Currently zoned IM, this was going to be the site of a development project that fell through. Since then, the city purchased it for open space, and the original proposal was to rezone it as parkland, but turns out that turned into a bigger project than really we needed to incorporate into this proposal. So I'm just suggesting or proposing to extend the IT zone, which is located on the other side of I-91, extending it to carry over and rezone this area due to the elimination of the IM zone. It seemed like the most logical fit, considering it's open space, deed restricted open space anyways. It's not going to be developed as industrial, so it seemed like an easy fix. The PRD zones and R1 zones have issues, were other options, but I'm going to, with other zoning projects coming in the future, it didn't seem to the need to complicate those either. So the proposal is to extend the IT zone. Second, there was an omission error on my part. Retail businesses shown in the existing zoning code where I missed carrying it over into these MX zones. And then with that, put a cap maximum size of retail spaces to 12,000 square feet. What allowing retail in these zones do is it provides opportunity for residents and people in the neighborhood to shop close by to, within their neighborhood. But also with the cap creates a limitation to how big these stores could be. So therefore we don't get a type of development that would not kind of fit into the character that we are looking for in the MXC zone. That said, the cap would be limited to only the MXC zone, and the MXI zones, there'd be essentially no cap as they'd be carried over. And lastly, a couple of just nominal changes in the proposal. One section I added description to define what the zone is all about, and then the other one's purposes. I like using the word description better. So in the MXC and MXI sections, changing purpose to description. And then there was some zoning code numbering errors in section 62, so I did corrected those. So we have a nice new, nice sequential list of uses. Also provided a draft zoning map, color-coded to fit in with the zoning map. I know you can't see much here, but I zoomed in a little bit. And essentially with the elimination of the B3, IM, MX, and TD zones, it freed up some colors, so which I was able to recycle with the new zones. MXR is this, I offered this khaki color. You can see the cursor there, and you have a map in front of you, and it's also online available. The MXC zone is this kind of peach color. This is recycling the old B3 zone color. And then the MXI is this purple color. It's recycling the old IM color on the map. So that's kind of the color scheme. Going back to the map, there's this would essentially what the map would look like. A couple little things that would need to be cleaned up, but no change in the area of what's being zoned. And moving on, just to kind of recap the base of the decision. So when the commission approves or performs its legislative act of approving zoning code modifications, the zoning code offers three areas or three considerations of the commission when acting. First, here is identifying errors in the code, changes in development pattern, suitability, effects on surrounding areas, purpose of zoning, objectives of the plan of development, and then general acceptance, again, weighted against the needs of the community. Second, whether there's some other method or procedure under the zoning regulations available more appropriate than what the amendment proposed. And also lists a general policy where the commission should not establish any zone of an area less than 20 acres. That's a policy, but also a consideration. To address Section 1A, I wanted to focus on how this proposal addresses issues in the plan of conservation development. I kind of glossed over it last meeting, but I want to just, I'll read these sections verbatim from the POCD, so as you deliberate, you'll be able to see, that this proposal has been thought of before. We're leading up to this proposal. So one of the action items, and also they're all to be amendments to the zoning code, which is a action that is the sole responsibility of this Planning and Zoning Commission. So action item, amend zoning codes to ensure development density, including housing and mixed use, creating a vibrant level of activity in the downtown and neighborhood centers. Amend zoning codes to allow flexibility of uses and residential densities and create new and revitalize existing neighborhood centers. Amend zoning codes to ensure a streamlined permitting process for appropriate uses and development. Amend zoning codes to require amenity for pedestrians in commercial and mixed-use zones, including but not limiting to benches, landscaping, street lighting, and wayfinding signage. Amend zoning codes to simplify and allow greater flexibility and adaptive reuse of older buildings. So it is of my opinion and the preface to a lot of the work putting into this project to address these 5 action items in the POCD. Secondly, second consideration was there some other method that can be applied for. I suggested possible 2 alternatives: do nothing and hope for the best, or accept some of the amendments, if not all. And then lastly, not zoning any geographic area over less than 20 acres. The MXR would encompass 58.5 acres. MXC zone would encompass 243 acres. And MXI zone encompass 312 acres. So, in my opinion, if this fulfills this requirement. So, thank you, and I'd appreciate I'm happy to address any comments or questions.
Is there anyone online that would like to speak to this? Any public?
There is one member in the audience. If you want to participate, use the raise hand function in the WebEx platform, drop a message in the chat, or if you're calling in, press *3.
Thank you, Commissioner Fulton.
My question is, I saw that you deleted some of that stuff in regards to traffic impacts. We're not putting any of that in the new codes. Is there a reason why we deleted that information?
With traffic and
Like 33A says traffic impacts and stuff like that. We don't have that anymore. We deleted those things.
oh,
33A.04 traffic impacts, and then 33A.07 early traffic movement.
so what the codes that you're citing is related specifically to the B3 zone, which is being eliminated. So anything under 33A is going to be deleted because that zone is going to be deleted.
And that zone is going to be under MX.
Well, it's kind of morphed into the MXC zone.
So none of that stuff will be applicable, is what you're saying?
That specific code is not getting carried over into any of the new zones. That's not to say that traffic impacts couldn't be considered under the special exception uses.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Johnson?
Hi, just some questions now. I'll wait to comment later. You say you want to allow greater flexibility and adaptive reuse of older buildings. Can you give me an example of how it hasn't been flexible? How has it been limited?
Under the current code, there is allow as a permitted or a special exception use adaptive reuse of buildings, and I think that's allowed in all the zones. What I've found is that people that wanted to do things with buildings under that specific use, they find it to be risky. There's a certain amount of subjectivity in that kind of review that people would shy away from. So by allowing more common uses in older buildings and in the buildings in the area that's shown here, it could provide more certainty in an approval.
Well, why does there have to be a special thing, a number, 62 point whatever, to reuse an older building? Why do we have a use, adaptive reuse of older buildings at all?
Well, that's not subject to this. I didn't write that, but it's in the existing code, and I'm not addressing that in this proposal.
So that's on the to-do list to clean up regulations that are curious, okay?
Yes, that's,
Okay.
after we move on, if we are able to move on from this proposal, re-looking at our use schedule is one of the next priorities.
Okay, I'm also not certain if I understand, why do you pick 12,000 square feet for a building? Are you intending to limit it in footprint or its total floor square footage?
It's written as floor square footage, and I arrived at that number discussing it with people in the real estate business, and 12,000 square feet is kind of a tipping point for marketability to different types of tenants.
Okay, because a simpler way of doing it is by footprint, and there's no question a traditional way of having, workshops, et cetera, is multi-floor. I'm just saying, I see what you're getting at. It has to do with catchment areas, 2,500 households support a 7-Eleven, et cetera. But that is not quite what we have in the traditional neighborhood. So you might clarify by saying footprint or total size. And also, I pointed out a correction with a property down at South Main and Randolph, and I see that it was included here, so I will not, I don't want to vote in a map that has to be corrected. And I'll save my comments for later when you're taking.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commission or the one person on the public member online?
Sorry, I do have another question.
Commissioner Johnson.
Why no restaurants or funeral homes or halfway houses in MXR?
The purpose of the MXR would be to really preserve the residential character of those areas, but allow some businesses that can be that can often be found, within like a work-live situation, where if you can, convert the first floor to a barber shop or a, or something like that, would be permitted where it's not now. As far as, restaurants, direct, and funeral homes for that matter, require a lot of parking. Well, first, it could incentivize tearing down buildings and using spaces to build new facilities. Secondly, restaurants and funeral homes have pretty high traffic and parking demands that would not be met in these areas that are proposed to be rezoned MXR.
Well, what about halfway houses?
Well, halfway houses, as I understand it, can have home residents, up to 6 residents, and they would qualify as single-family home under state statute. So that's why it's not really addressed in this.
I would point out we have 2 funeral homes downtown. They blend perfectly in with the street, and they have people park wherever they can park and they walk to it. And restaurants, I don't see why that can't be one of these special exceptions. If you're allowing frat houses anywhere in these MXRs, and it only really makes sense next to a college, it certainly seems that you would be able to have restaurants be reviewed, halfway houses, funeral homes.
If I can suggest, when we do look at the use schedule, maybe that can be an opportunity to study that a little further.
And second, in MXC, you don't include incidental use accessory buildings the way you do in the MXR. I don't even understand why the accessory building has to be listed as a separate thing, but that's on the
Yeah,
list.
again, I'm trying to mimic for the sake of continuity, the existing section 60 and 61, the use schedules for residential and business zones. I'll be the first to admit it's not a perfect regulation being proposed here as far as the use schedule goes. But it's a start. It moves the ball forward, and a lot of the quirks of the proposed 62 and 1661 can and will be addressed in a future proposal.
And I believe we allow B&Bs everywhere through the city, just like farming. I think that was not listed in MXR. We voted on it between 2007 and 2011. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed signify by saying nay. Public hearing is closed. Any comments from commissioners? Commissioner Johnson?
Yes, I hope as I stated before twice, I support this initiative. However, these details have to be cleaned up before it is voted on as a whole. There are things that have not been addressed. All the development regulations, 25% lot coverage is unrealistic. That's in 2 of these, not in the MXI. There's nowhere you can build 7 units or more by right, which is very peculiar. So that seems to be something that has to be worked on. Stories are capped at 3 when currently, as I pointed out before, they're allowed to be 6 in M. And I oppose giving Liberty and Lincoln advantages that the DVD does not have. We either include the DVD in this map, or we don't do this poking around downtown. And Liberty and Lincoln would be prohibited from having halfway houses, and the DVD has halfway houses now. So I really don't think this should be voted on tonight. We should continue it, not indefinitely, but if you want to fast track it, I mean, we should have some sort of workshop or at least separate out the things that we all support and take out the development standards, i.e. require that they have to go to design review. But, you're a huge part of the way there. I would say 85% of the way there, but the details do count. Because I don't see how some kinds of businesses can be built in certain places without correcting some of these.
Commissioner Giuliano?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A remark was made about whether this is a perfect plan or not. Well, I guess you would have to ask each person individually. What's perfect to me is probably not perfect to anybody else. It's been stated by Commissioner Johnson's judgment, we're 85% of the way there. Well, I think we need to move the 85%. You've basically told the public that changes are coming to the MX zone, and they're waiting to see which way is this going. And I don't think you can leave people in limbo like that any longer than we have. This has been kicking around for 10 years. McKeel Wacker started this project 10 years ago. And it's about time we get something on the books. Details are, a lot of this is arguing about how many angels can dance on the head of a pin. We don't know what's going to happen until somebody applies for something, and what they're proposing to do with their properties. And we have the flexibility to deal with those. I think we've got something we can work with here. And understanding that nothing is carved in stone, we always have the ability to add or subtract from what we do legislatively. But, this constant, continuing, and every time you throw something else in, it puts the whole process back. I think we need to vote on this tonight. It's been before us a couple of times. It is a very good plan from what I can see. It's far less complex and far more understandable than what we currently have. And I think it deserves an affirmative vote. So I will be supporting it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from commissioners? Okay, I'll entertain a motion in the affirmative for the petition to update and amend.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed signify by saying nay.
Nay.
Roll call.
Chair Thomas Patavina.
Aye.
Vice Chair Marco Fazzino.
Aye.
Secretary Sinead Fulton, aye. Members Richard Pelletier.
Aye.
Catherine Johnson.
Nay.
Kelly Sweeney.
Aye.
Sebastian Giuliano.
Aye.
The motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 9, public comment on topics which are not or have not been subject of a public hearing.
There is no public in front of us. There is someone online.
Okay. Are they going?
We're waiting for them.
Again, if the member online, if you want to participate, use the raise hand function or drop a message in the chat.
Okay, number 10.
10.1, minutes of the June 8th, 2022 regular meeting.
Move to accept.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Abstentions? Commissioner Sweeney? One abstention. Thank you. Number 10.2.
River Cog report.
There was no meeting. It is scheduled for next Monday.
10.3, staff report.
Okay, so in your packages, I provided you a draft of the public hearing notice for July 13th. That's what we have in the office now. It's a re-subdivision application. It's actually on for a reapproval of a subdivision that has expired. And also the winery application that you saw last fall is going to come requested to be on the first August meeting, so that's going to be August 10th. And hopefully on August 10th I'll be able to have a copy of the kind of a reorganization and of the zoning code to fix, the order of things and fonts and format, so we can use that as a base to move forward. Something that's a little more easy and friendlier to use. Still working on it. Hopefully I can have it for you for August 10th. That's really it. I don't have any board or commission updates from last meeting, and I don't have a zoning report. So just want to remind the commission that on July 2nd, we're hosting the mayor's hosting a rollout event of the riverfront plan. It's going to start right here in this room, council chambers, for a presentation at 10 o'clock, followed by a question and answer period. And then for those that have registered, there'll be a guided bus tour through the riverfront redevelopment area. And after that, weather permitting, there'll be a kind of a pop-up tent on the riverfront that will be up, and we'll have items for display as people file in for the fireworks. So with that, that concludes my report.
Thank you.
10.4, Commission Affairs.
Is there anything for the good of the order? Okay, number 11.
Adjournment.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed signify by saying nay. 8:04, thank you very much. Have a great night.
Composting. So thanks for joining me. Today I'm having a picnic, and I brought with me my coffee in a reusable coffee mug so that I don't have to use a paper one that gets thrown away, or a plastic one, or a styrofoam one. I have my water bottle in a reusable water bottle. I brought with me some snacks in a pouch, so this way I don't have to use the plastic pouches that get thrown out. I brought my yogurt and fruit in a reusable glass jar, and I have my sandwich in a beeswax wrap. Now this is really nifty because you can use it instead of plastic wrap or aluminum foil or wax paper, and this you can use over and over and over again. So, and I also brought with me my reusable utensils, so I don't have to use plastic ones. So that's my picnic, and it all has a sustainability theme in mind. And I know for me, packing for one, it's pretty easy to do that. But if you have a family and you're busy and you're running out the door, I know it's hard. I have 3 kids, I work full time. I know what it's like. So sometimes you have to grab and go, sometimes you have to pack quickly. So if you're at the park having a picnic and you have these items, what do you do with them? So say you don't have a reusable plate and you have either a paper or styrofoam one. These go in the trash. They don't get recycled. Also, if you have black plastic, that goes in the trash. We cannot recycle the black plastic. If you have clear plastic, we can recycle that, except it has to be clean. So if it's not empty of food, it goes in the trash. If you can clean it out, honestly, the best rule is if you bring it into the park, take it out of the park with you and bring it home. And then you can rinse it out properly and put it with your recycling. If you can't, you can wipe it out so that it's clean and it can go in the recycling can. But really, if there's any food in here, it should go in the trash. And the same thing for an aluminum container. We can recycle aluminum, absolutely, but it has to be free from food. The top can also be recycled. So yogurt container, same thing. If it's empty and wiped out, we can recycle it at the park. Or take it home, give it a quick rinse, and put it in your recycling bin. So also, if you have drinks and you don't have your reusable containers, the water bottles can be recycled as long as they're empty. Cans can be recycled as long as they're empty. And plastic cups can be recycled. But paper and styrofoam cannot. Those go in the trash. If you have juice boxes, the paper juice boxes can be recycled, but take the straws out and make sure they're empty. The pouches go in the trash. And if you have a paper bag, as long as it's empty, it can go in the recycling. But if there's lots of food on it, it should go in the trash. Now, if you have utensils, these don't get recycled. The plastic utensils go in the trash. But better than that, bring your own utensils. And I understand that this might be a lot. It might be a lot to pack a fully sustainable picnic. But if you can't, try to do one thing. try to bring just your water bottle. Try to bring reusable utensils. And actually, if you come to the Middletown Farmers Market this Friday, July 24th, 2020, I'll be there. And if you're one of the first 5 people who come to my table and say you saw my video and ask me for one of these packets of reusable utensils, I'll give it to you. So I'd love to see you there. If you want more information, go to our website, middletownct.gov or recyclect.com. And there's lots of information there on recycling. So that was your one tip for picnicking in the park. And now I'm going to tell you where I am. I'm at the McCutcheon Park, which is in the south end of Middletown. It's a beautiful park to have a picnic, to hike, to boat, to swim, to fish, or just to play. You can hear the screams behind me. There's so many fun things to do. The city of Middletown made some great renovations to this park this year. When they heard that the Veterans Pool couldn't be open this summer because of COVID, they improved the beach, they added a playground, they rehabbed the activity building, and they're putting in a new pavilion and grills, and also several new plantings. There's 131 acres here. Beach, playground, pavilions, kayaking, canoeing, and several hiking trails. And there's really a lot of history to this area. An interesting fact from our local naturalist, Beth Lapin, in the 1970s, the dam broke and the McCutcheons and others found many arrowheads in the bottom of the lake when it was drained. So you must be a Middletown resident to use the park, and you must abide by all the rules, including the new COVID protocols that were put in place for this 2020 season. So that's our tip, and this is our park. Thank you so much for joining us today. Remember, if you want more information, go to our website. Don't forget to reduce, reuse, and recycle, because recycling, it's a walk in the park. Everybody, it's Kim O'Rourke. I'm the recycling coordinator for the city of Middletown, and welcome to Recycling. It's a walk in the park. Today we're down by the Connecticut River. We're at Harbor Park, which is sandwiched in between Route 9, you can hear the cars, and the Connecticut River. And recycling, it's a walk in the park. We offer you one recycling tip at one of our beautiful parks, and we talk about recycling, waste reduction, reuse, and composting. And today we're going to talk about PPE, personal protective equipment, because it's July 2020, we're in the middle of a pandemic, and it's important that we social distance, it's important that we wash our hands, it's important that we sanitize, and it's important that we wear masks. So as a recycling coordinator, we are noticing a change in our garbage stream, where there's a lot more disposable masks and there's a lot more disposable gloves in them. So my recommendation, if you can, to reduce waste, use a reusable mask. You can wear it and wash it and wear it again, and it doesn't add to our garbage problem. Pretty easy to do. There's lots of tutorials out there about how to make them. You can make them out of bandanas, you can make them out of old t-shirts, or you can sew them. Highly recommend reusable masks. Also, if you can, instead of using disposable gloves, use an old winter glove. So sometimes we might want a glove at the gas station or just a little extra protection somewhere. I have a bunch of these one gloves from the winter, and they work perfectly. If I'm gonna go pump gas, I can wear the glove. When I'm done, I take it off. I can throw it in the laundry, and it's good for the next use. So that way, I don't have to use the disposable glove, and I also don't have to use disposable masks. Now, if you have to use these, how do you dispose of them? that they go in the regular trash. They do not go in the recycling. And make sure when you put them in the regular trash that they're in a trash bag that's all tied up. Because we have noticing, and I'm sure everybody has seen these as litter on the ground. They blow around, they go into our rivers, they go into our ocean. They're harmful to animals. They think that they're food and will eat them. Sometimes they get tangled up in them. So it's very important that, one, you don't litter, you don't just throw them on the ground, but two, when you throw them out, don't just leave them on top of the cart or on top of the dumpster. They need to be in a bag secure. I've seen a bunch of massive gloves just laying on top. They blow off and they end up here. So please be careful if you're using these and dispose of them properly. Not in the recycling, securely in the trash. But better, to reduce your trash, use the reusables. So that's your tip today. Certainly during the pandemic, we are washing our hands more and sanitizing more, so you probably might have some of these items at home. So if you have wipes and when you're done with them, the container can be recycled. The wipes themselves go in the garbage, the container goes in the recycling. If you have sanitizer, the bottle can also be recycled, but the pump has to go in the trash. So the empty bottle in the recycling, pump in the trash. And the same for the smaller bottle. The bottle can go in the recycling, the pump in the trash. If you have a regular cap on your bottle, that can stay on and just all go in the recycling. Now if you have something smaller, like these are too small. They would go in the trash. If it's less than 2 inches, they have to go in the trash. So that's the way that you would recycle, or not recycle, your sanitizer. Like I said, we're at Harbor Park in Middletown. This is about a 2.5 acre park. It's beautiful, as you can see, by the Connecticut River. There's lots of history here. There's lots of art here. We have a beautiful sculpture that was created in 1996. That is part of the sculpture mile. And we also have fishing here. We have boating here, or you can just come and relax. In normal times, we have lots of ceremonies and events and festivals here. Right now, it's a little quieter, but it's a beautiful place to come down and watch the river and sit in the shade and just have a really nice time. Now, the one thing that Harbor Park doesn't have is a lot of parking. So if you come here and the small parking lot is full, you can park at Malili Plaza, which is the parking lot next to City Hall, and you can park there and walk through the tunnel. There's a tunnel that goes under Route 9, and it'll take you right to Harbor Park. Very easy, very accessible. So thanks for watching. I hope you got a good one tip for today on reducing waste and how to recycle properly here at Harbor Park in Middletown. Thanks for joining us at Recycling. It's a walk in the park. I'm the recycling coordinator for the city of Middletown, and welcome to Recycling. It's a walk in the park. Today we're going to be talking about composting. So with Recycling, it's a walk in the park. I offer one recycling tip at one of our beautiful parks, and we explore recycling and reuse and waste reduction and composting. And today, my tip is composting is easy. Anybody can do it, and you can do it, and you should be doing it, because trash does not just go away. Trash is expensive, it plays a toll on our environment, and it's really important to try to reduce our waste as much as possible. And organics, like leaves and grass clippings and food waste, is a very important, valuable resource that can be turned into clean energy, or it can be composted into black gold that people can use on their gardens or houseplants or their lawns. So today I'm talking about composting. There's a few things you want to think about if you're going to compost, and one is first you want either a container or a place to put your compost. And you don't need a bin. You can do it with just a pile with nothing around it. Start with a pile of leaves, or you can use chicken wire to have a fencing area around it, or you can have pallets. You can use 4 pallets to make a wooden bin, or you can use a bin like this that you can purchase. And then the next thing you want to think about is what you're putting in it. And you want to start with some carbon-rich material like leaves or sawdust or wood chips. And then you want to add some nitrogen material like food waste. And in general, you want about 30 parts carbon to 1 part nitrogen. So take it back a second because it's not that complicated. You can start by just putting some twigs on the ground to let some air flow. Put your leaves on top of that, and then you can put your food waste in it. And you can bury it, or you can do like a layered method where you put the leaves and then food waste and then leaves and then food waste. I like to keep a pile of leaves next to my compost bin. Unfortunately, I'm not able to do that here. But when I add food waste, I always bring in leaves so that there's plenty of leaves in there. If I don't have leaves, I'll use sawdust. Sometimes I've even used shredded paper, and that's worked as well too, although I like the leaves best. So you want to have a bin or a place for your compost, and then you want the material for your compost. Composting food waste keeps it out of the trash. And you want to be careful about what you put in it. So I would suggest not putting dairy in it, not putting meats, no bones. You can use coffee grounds, eggshells, fruits and vegetables. That's a great way to start. And then the other thing you want to think about is air, having oxygen in it. And this is the really fun part, because you can use, you want some tools. You can have a pitchfork, which you can mix your compost with. Sometimes I use a shovel where I'll take the compost out of the bottom and move it to the top to kind of circulate it. Or you can use one of these, and this is called an aerator. And I'll tell you, you don't need this. For years I never had one. And then just kind of on a whim I got one. And I have to say I really like it. You just stick it in, it down, you twist it and pull it up. And I'm not doing a great job here, but there we go. And that just gets air into your pile. And it's pretty fun to do. So I have to say I kind of like these, but it's not necessary. You also want to have a bucket for your kitchen to put your food scraps in. So I set this on top of my counter, and I put my vegetable peels, my banana peels, my apple cores, my coffee grounds, all in here. And then I can just dump it into the compost, and then I add my leaves, or I bury it in the leaves. The other thing you want to think about is moisture. So the compost should be like a wrung out sponge. And I have to say I don't really do a great job of this, because again, the location of this isn't near water. So I have to physically drag out water to keep it wet. But it's okay. That's the thing about composting, is you do it the way you can do it, and compost will eventually happen. Now for me, it might take a little longer. If you're putting your compost down in your backyard, try to put it near the hose so you can easily spray it down and keep it wet and moist, especially during the summer months. And that'll help the compost faster. So you want oxygen, you want moisture, you want a few tools, you want a good space or a bin to put your compost in, and really that's it. And then after, you can be, depending on how much you work at it, it can be a few months or it can be over a year. You can end up with some black gold that you can use in your garden. Now here, mine isn't quite ready yet. But when it's ready, I can dig it out of there, and that's how we would get it. So composting is easy, composting is fun. It's a great way to reduce waste and help our environment. So I really hope you think about composting. Now today, we are not at a park. We are actually at City Hall. We had a tropical storm this week and I haven't been able to get out of the office. So I wanted to show you, this is our front lawn of City Hall. And it's actually kind of a nice spot to have lunch if you're down in this area. It is right by Route 9, so you do hear the cars again, and the river is on the other side of Route 9. Now, City Hall, it's August 2020, we're in the midst of the pandemic. City Hall just opened for the public. We have been here for several weeks, we just opened it to the public. So if you come down here, wear a mask, and you come in the entrance by the council chamber. It's best to call the office. You're going to ahead of time to make an appointment, and then they'll have you go right up to the front desk, they'll have you on the list, and then you can walk down to the office where you have your appointment with. We also have accommodations up on our patio for outdoor meetings, so if for some reason you can't wear a mask, we can meet out there. They have tables and a canopy, and business can be conducted there. So City Hall is open. You're welcome to come visit us, and we really hope that you start composting at home. So thanks for watching, because recycling, it's a walk in the park. Everybody, it's Kim O'Rourke. I'm the recycling coordinator for the city of Middletown, and welcome to Recycling. It's a walk in the park. And here I'm going to give you one recycling tip at one of our beautiful parks, and we're going to explore through the series tips on recycling, on reuse, on waste reduction, and on composting. And today we're going to be talking about one of my favorite things, ice cream. So ice cream comes in all different flavors, but also all different packages. So what do we do with the packages? And that's what I'm going to tell you today. So I brought with me lots of different ways that ice cream comes. For instance, if you get like a half gallon, although it's not quite a half gallon anymore, but these types of containers do not go in the recycling bin. These go in the trash. They're paper containers, but they also have like a plastic lining in them that cannot be recycled. So these go in the trash. It's important not to put them in the recycling bin. So basically any paper container that you got ice cream in is going to go in the trash. So the same for this kind of container. That goes in the trash. It does not get recycled. Some of my favorite ice cream comes in this, and that goes in the trash as well. It has a metal handle on it too, which makes it more difficult to recycle. So those go in the trash. Now, if you get a package of ice cream, this actually can be recycled. So it has ice cream bars in it. So this is really just cardboard. So that goes in the recycling. And I have one of these too, that goes in the recycling. If you have a plastic container that had ice cream in it, that can be recycled. So the rule is if it's a paper container that had ice cream in it, it goes in the trash. If it's plastic like this or this, or one of these, that can be recycled. That goes in the recycling container. Now, if you're recycling if your ice cream had a spoon or a wooden spoon, those both go in the trash. They do not get recycled. We have a lot of trash there. If you had a paper cone or or it can be a square that sometimes ice cream goes in, or Italian ice, that goes in the trash as well. That does not get recycled. Oh, our trash is piling up. Ice cream wrappers definitely go in the trash. Those don't get recycled. And styrofoam. Styrofoam always goes in the trash as well. So who knew that ice cream generates so much trash? You know the best way to eat ice cream? That creates no waste? Ice cream cones. You eat the whole thing and then there's nothing to put in the trash or the recycling. That's waste-free ice cream. My favorite. So that's our tip for today. I will tell you that we are at the beautiful Butternut Park in Middletown. It's off of Washington Street and it's pretty close to our highway garage and our parks department. It's a beautiful area. It was renovated a couple years ago, or maybe a few years ago now, in 2016, 2017. We have all new playground equipment here, so lots of things to climb on, to swing on, to slide on, all kinds of fun stuff to do. We have picnic areas, we have trash and recycling bins, and then there's also an area that looks out over the pond, and you can picnic there and watch the ducks and the geese go by. So it's a peaceful area, but also a fun area. Now we are in the midst of a pandemic. It's August 2020. So if you come to the park, make sure you are careful and bring sanitizer, and you try to stay socially distant from people, because we are outside, but still you don't want to get too close to stay safe. And but the playgrounds and the parks are open, so please come down and enjoy the fresh air and enjoy our beautiful park. So thanks for watching. Recycling, it's a walk in the park, and we'll see you next time. I'm Kim O'Rourke. I'm the recycling coordinator for the city of Middletown. Welcome to Recycling. It's a walk in the park. I'm going to be giving you one tip in one of our beautiful Middletown parks and teach you all about recycling and reducing and reusing, and we'll even talk a little bit about composting. But today, our one tip is going to be about plastic bags. Plastic bags. We don't want them in the recycling bin. They're one of the most common items that we find in the recycling bins, and they cause the most problems. The plastic bags, when people put them in the recycling bins,
I'm trying to get my thing together. Just because of you, baby, please try to understand. My turn at love, you gave it back again. And I believe it's all that I can do to give you the best of me. At first you came and cast my way. I took a bite. Now I don't know if what I'm doing's right. So please come back and let's start over again, baby. Out of the showers, out of the rain, out of the showers, ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the showers, out of the rain, with the fine hours in this house of love. You and me, baby. 'Cause in this house of love you find protection. Never in a day where you be neglected. Baby, come on in. Hey girl, come out of the rain. Love again. You ain't never gonna come out of the rain. Baby, come on in. Oh yeah, come out of the rain. With the fine hours in this house of love. Now ever since the first day we were talking, everything that came up clear was so involving. And baby, every day we see it, love the chances. Take me on and come to me, I can manage. 'Cause everybody knows true love is power. And everybody say, come out of the showers. I wanna tell you one thing, that she won't love me. I tell you that she won't me. I'm giving her loving, she giving it back to me. She got everything, thing that I need. I'm giving her loving, tell you she's giving it back. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. Out of the showers, ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. With the fine hours in this house of love. You and me, baby, in this house of love. Showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. Out of the showers, ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the shower, baby. Hey girl, come out of the rain. Live forever in this house of love. You and me, baby. Now ever since the first day we were talking, everything that came up to kill so involving. And baby, every day we see it, love us chances. Take me on and come to me, I can manage. 'Cause everybody knows true love is power. Everybody say, come out of the showers. I wanna tell you one thing, that she want the loving. I tell you that she want me. Yeah, for everything I've got, she give it back to me. She's got everything, everything I need. I'm giving her good love, tell you she's giving it back to me. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. You ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the showers, hey girl, place will never be forgotten. A lovely place called Middletown. I know I'll always remember the warmth of its sound. Lingers so long, no other can be found. If you've been there, I will make a bet. The lovely times you won't forget. The chimes that are played echo through time, uncountable by days. The city park you'll have to see, and harbor parks a place to be. Oh yes, Middletown's remembered. I seem to often feel it near somehow. Often I can hear its lovely tone. And City Hall has a beauty, such a beauty on its own. So no one can say a town so dear will ever go away. I love it now and always will. Believe me, Middletown will leave you so fulfilled. Connecticut, that is. Middletown. Middletown. Middletown, Connecticut.
and down where cocktail parties and landscape vistas are rarefied air. It's too freezing cold up there. Moribund hostesses make me shiver. I'm climbing a ladder down to the river. Full of suck. My harp sings to the blessing giver. I'm climbing a ladder down by the river. Fish rang muck, soft and warm and full of suck. My harp sings to the blessing giver. I'm climbing a ladder down by the river.
Feel your wheels on the road and your hands on the wheel. Watch the way that the world makes you feel. Is it a heavy load or is it lighter than air? Feel your wheels on the road. It'll take you somewhere. It'll take you somewhere. It'll bring you right there. Into the middle, and a still small voice says I am what I am. I am right here and I am with you. Starlight, honey, and we're gonna shine. Keep it in mind. Feel your feet on the ground in the crunch of the snow. You know your boots make a sound wherever you go. Is as sweet as a whistle, or sad like a song. Feel your boots on the ground, and you won't step wrong, and you won't step wrong. still small voice says I am what I am, and I'm gonna be strong, and I am with you in the starlight, honey, I'm gonna shine. Keep it in mind, keep your ear on the river, on the whippoorwill call, on the quiet of an evening, on the rise and fall. Is it crying out to ya? Is it whispering? You gotta lean in, keep listening. It's getting busy in my world, it's getting busy in my head. I get dizzy when I try to find a place to be instead. Feel your wheels on the road and your boots on the ground. Oh, listen to the rise and fall. Try to put it down. Go on and put it down. Go on and let it rain. Get back to the middle, and a still small voice says I am what I am, and this is the thing. I am with you in the starlight, honey, and we're gonna shine. Keep it in mind. Yeah, I am with you in the starlight, honey, and I'm gonna shine. No matter what we do, keep it in mind.
Just because of you, I'm splitting with the past. I'm trying to get my thing together. Just because of you, baby, please try to understand. My turn at love, you gave it back again. And I believe it's all that I can do to give you the best. affection. Never in a day where you be neglected. Baby, come on in. Hey girl, come out of the rain. Love again. You ain't never gonna come out of the rain. Baby, come on in. Oh yeah, come out of the rain. With the fine hours in this house of love. Now ever since the first day we were talking, everything that came up clear was so involving. And baby, every day we see it, love us chances. Take me on and come to me, I can manage. 'Cause everybody knows true love is power. And everybody saying, come out of the showers. Wanna tell you one thing, that she won't love me. I tell you that she want me. I'm giving her loving, she giving it back to me. She got everything, thing that I need. I'm giving her loving, tell you she's giving it back. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. Out of the showers, ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. With the fine hours in this house of love. You and me, baby, in this house of love. Showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. Out of the showers, ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the shower, baby, hey girl, come out of the rain. Live forever in this house of love. You and me, baby. Now ever since the first day we were talking, everything that came up to kill so involving. And baby, every day we see it, love us chances. Take me on and come to me, I can manage. 'Cause everybody knows true love is power. Everybody say, come out of the showers. I wanna tell you one thing, that she want the loving. I tell you that she want me. Yeah, for everything I've got, she give it back to me. She got everything, everything I need. I'm giving her good love, tell you she's giving it back to me. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. You ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. With the fine hours in this house of love. You and me, baby, in this house of love.
Whoa. This one is for you, man. When was the last time you wrote him a letter? You said, my brother, how are you? When was the last time you said, I love you? And I'm just calling to say that I do. When was the last time you paid him a visit? You said, what is it that seems to trouble your mind? And when was the last time
You had no reason, no special season. You were just being kind. Today you may be with us, tomorrow might not be yours. The future is promised to none of us, no matter how young or old. Always remember, here there's no forever, and to love each other is the best gift to mankind. When was the last time you said, brother, don't worry, I'll come in a hurry, call me anytime? And when was the last time you said, sister, I'm sorry, brother, I'm sorry, it will be alright? Do you honor your father and mother? Love thy neighbor as you love thyself. Are you ready to face your creator, to answer for yourself? Always remember, here there's no forever, and to love each other is the best gift to mankind.
Well, why did you leave me? Well, why did you have to go? Oh yes you knew that it would hurt me so. I'm all alone, I have nobody to call my own. That's why I need somebody to rock me all night long. Cause train number one's gone, train number two's gone, train number three has been gone, train number four's gone, train number five's been gone. How long must I wait for you?
there's a lady in town who saved my life at least 1,000 times. I don't even know her name, but that just goes to show you the way that I am. She's not a doctor or a lawyer, a priest or a nun, but to me she's divine. She steps out into the road. You think it's no big deal, the way she lightens your load, the way she stops those wheels. She's the Main Street Middletown crossing guard. She's a Main Street Middletown crossing guard. She's a hero of mine. I thank her every time if she ever left this town, because we cut us down. She's a Main Street Middletown crossing guard. Makes me proud to call Middletown my own backyard. The Main Street Middletown crossing guard. From the Aragoni Bridge or off Route 9, they come a-barreling by. They don't want to stop for nothing. They're all caught up in their own little world. But my brave brunette, she shuts them down and does it all with a smile. She's just a local girl. She loves her own hometown. She lets her flag unfurl. She spreads the love around. She's a Main Street Middletown crossing guard. She's a Main Street Middletown crossing guard. She's a hero of mine. I thank her every time she ever leaves this town, because she cut us down. She's a Main Street Middletown crossing guard. Makes me proud to call Middletown my own backyard. The Main Street Middletown crossing guard. Well, there's a lady in town who saved my life at least 1,000 times. At the Salvation Army, crossing the street to the public market. Well, there's a lady in town who saved my life at least 1,000 times. At the Salvation Army, crossing the street to the public market.
start plucking petals and the mirror inside. Are you ready to rise and shine? Are you ready to say be mine? If you are, then let's take a ride in this big old life. Yeah, are you ready to rise and shine? Are you ready to say be mine? If you are, then let's take a ride in this big old life. If you are, then let's take a ride in this big old life.
The rich folk wonder where the money went, and Section 8'll help you make your rent. And the soup kitchen is heaven sent. But when you're hungry and the dough's all spent, this end of town looks so pretty at sundown. The lovely women like Takesha all around. Mr. Yambo's rice and beans are golden brown. You're in the heart of Middletown, where the river runs to the sound. You're in the heart of Middletown. Now up the soccer fields they have a ball, all shapes and sizes as I recall. Parents are screaming and they have their gall, 'cause the coaches don't get nothing at all. The carnival always brings bad weather, but at least it gets the kids together. From Indian Hill I am looking down on the carnival in Middletown. A mighty river takes you to the sound. You're in the heart of Middletown. La da da, la da da da, la da da, la da da. The Dairy Queen, the Woolworth store, ain't there no more. Everything is shiny new. At Brubaker's we do the Java Jive. Chelsea and Crystal keep your hopes alive. Joseph and Eloise work hard to thrive. The Wiener Schnitzel makes it worth your drive. We ain't too up, we ain't too down. I guess we're looking for that middle ground. Sometimes I wonder if it can be found here in the heart of Middletown. The mighty river, she is ocean bound. You're in the heart of Middletown. The carnival always brings bad weather, but at least it gets the kids together. From Indian Hill I am looking down into the heart of Middletown, where the river runs to the sound. You're in the heart of Middletown. La da da, 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 la da da.
start over again, baby. Out of the showers, out of the rain, out of the showers, ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the showers, out of the rain, with the fine hours in this house of love. You and me, baby. 'Cause in this house of love you find protection. Never in a day where you be neglected. Baby, come on in. Hey girl, come out of the rain. Love again. You ain't never gonna come out of the rain. Baby, come on in. Oh yeah, come out of the rain. With the fine hours in this house of love. Now ever since the first day we were talking, everything that came up clear was so involving. And baby, every day we see it, love us chances. Take me on and come to me, I can manage. 'Cause everybody knows true love is power. And everybody say, come out of the showers. Wanna tell you one thing, that she won't love it. I tell you that she want me. I'm giving her loving, she giving it back to me. She got everything, thing that I need. I'm giving her loving, tell you she's giving it back. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. Out of the showers, ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. With the fine hours in this house of love. You and me, baby, in this house of love. Showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. Out of the showers, ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the shower, baby, hey girl, come out of the rain. Live forever in this house of love. You and me, baby. Now ever since the first day we were talking, everything that came up to kill so involving. And baby, every day we see it, love us chances. Take me on and come to me, I can manage. 'Cause everybody knows true love is power. Everybody say, come out of the showers. I wanna tell you one thing, that she want the loving. I tell you that she want me. Give her everything I've got, she give it back to me. She's got everything, everything I need. I'm giving her good love, tell you she's giving it back to me. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. You ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the showers, hey girl.
days will never be forgotten. A lovely place called Middletown. I know I'll always remember the warmth of its sound. Lingers so long, no other can be found. If you've been there, I will make a bet. The lovely times you won't forget. The chimes that are played echo through time, uncountable by days. The city park you'll have to see, and harbor parks a place to be. Oh yes, Middletown's remembered. I seem to often feel it near somehow. Often I can hear its lovely tone. And City Hall has a beauty, such a beauty on its own. So no one can say a town so dear will ever go away. I love it now and always will. Believe me, Middletown will leave you so fulfilled. Connecticut, that is. Middletown, Connecticut.
cocktail parties and landscape vistas of rarefied air. It's too freezing cold up there. Urban hostesses make me shiver. I'm climbing a ladder down to the river. Ripple current, ocean bound. Only here do I bow down. Sink my toes in fish rank muck, soft and warm and full of suck. My harp sings to the blessing giver. I'm climbing a ladder down by the river. Climbing a ladder down to the river. Ladder, ladder, I descend down where cocktail parties end. Sink my toes in fish rank muck, soft and warm and full of suck. My harp sings to the blessing giver. I'm climbing a ladder down by the river.
Feel your wheels on the road and your hands on the wheel. Watch the way that the world makes you feel. Is it a heavy load or is it lighter than air? Feel your wheels on the road. It'll take you somewhere. It'll take you somewhere. It'll bring you right there. Into the middle, and a still small voice says I am what I am. I am right here and I am with you. Starlight, honey, and we're gonna shine. Keep it in mind. Feel your feet on the ground in the crunch of the snow. You know your boots make a sound wherever you go. Is as sweet as a whistle, or sad like a song. Feel your boots on the ground, and you won't step wrong, and you won't step wrong, and it won't take long. says I am what I am, and I'm gonna be strong, and I am with you in the starlight, honey, I'm gonna shine. Keep it in mind, keep your ear on the river, on the whippoorwill call, on the quiet of an evening, on the rise and fall. Is it crying out to ya? Is it whispering? You gotta lean in, keep listening. It's getting busy in my world, it's getting busy in my head. I get dizzy when I try to find a place to be instead. Feel your wheels on the road and your boots on the ground. Oh, listen to the rise and fall. Try to put it down. Go on and put it down. Go on and let it rain. Get back to the middle, and a still small voice says I am what I am, and this is the thing. I am with you in the starlight, honey, and we're gonna shine. Keep it in mind. Yeah, I am with you in the starlight, honey, and we're gonna shine. No matter what we do, keep it in mind.
Just because of you, I'm splitting with the past. I'm trying to get my thing together. Just because of you, baby, please try to understand. My turn at love, you gave it back again. And I believe it's all that I can do to give you the best of me. Never in a day where you be neglected. Baby, come on in. Hey girl, come out of the rain. Love again. You ain't never gonna come out of the rain. Baby, come on in. Oh yeah, come out of the rain. With the fine hours in this house of love. Now ever since the first day we were talking, everything that came up clear was so involving. And baby, every day we see it, love us chances. Take me on and come to me, I can manage. 'Cause everybody knows true love is power. And everybody say, come out of the showers. Wanna tell you one thing that she won't love me. I tell you that she want me. I'm giving her loving, she giving it back to me. She got everything, thing that I need. I'm giving her loving, tell you she's giving it back. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. Out of the showers, ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. With the fine hours in this house of love. You and me, baby, in this house of love. Showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. Out of the showers, ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the shower, baby, hey girl, come out of the rain. Live forever in this house of love. You and me, baby. Now ever since the first day we were talking, everything that came up to kill so involving. And baby, every day we see love us chances. Take me on and come to me, I can manage. 'Cause everybody knows true love is power. Everybody say, come out of the showers. I wanna tell you one thing that she want the loving. I tell you that she want me. Give her everything I've got. She give it back to me. She's got everything, everything I need. I'm giving her good love. Tell you she's giving it back to me. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. You ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. With the fine hours in this house of love. You and me, baby, in this house of love.
Whoa. This one is for you, man.
When was the last time you wrote him a letter? You said, my brother, how are you? When was the last time you said, I love you? And I'm just calling to say that I do. When was the last time you paid him a visit? You said, what is it that seems to trouble your mind? And when was the last time you had no reason, no special season. You were just being kind. Today you may be with us, tomorrow might not be yours. The future is promised to none of us, no matter how young or old. Always remember, here there's no forever, and to love each other is the best gift to mankind. When was the last time you said, brother, don't worry, I'll come in a hurry, call me anytime? And when was the last time you said, sister, I'm sorry, brother, I'm sorry, it will be alright? Do you honor your father and mother? Love thy neighbor as you love thyself. Are you ready to face your creator, to answer for yourself? Always remember, here there's no forever, and to love each other is the best gift to mankind.
Well, why did you leave me? Well, why did you have to go? Oh yes you knew that it would hurt me so. I'm all alone, I have nobody to call my own. That's why I need somebody to rock me all night long. 'Cause train number one's gone, train number two's gone, train number three has been gone, train number four's gone, train number five's been gone. How long must I wait for you?
there's a lady in town who saved my life at least 1,000 times. I don't even know her name, but that just goes to show you the way that I am. She's not a doctor or a lawyer, a priest or a nun, but to me she's divine. She steps out into the road. You think it's no big deal, the way she lightens your load, the way she stops those wheels. She's the Main Street Middletown crossing guard. She's the Main Street Middletown crossing guard. She's a hero of mine. I thank her every time that she ever left this town. Because we cut us down. She's a Main Street Middletown crossing guard. Makes me proud to call Middletown my own backyard. The Main Street Middletown crossing guard. Well, from the Aragoni Bridge or off Route 9, they come a barreling by. They don't want to stop for nothing. They're all caught up in their own little world. But my brave brunette, she shuts them down and does it all with a smile. She's just a local girl. She loves her own hometown. She lets her flag unfurl. She spreads the love around. She's a Main Street Middletown crossing guard. She's a Main Street Middletown crossing guard. She's a hero of mine. I thank her every time she ever leaves this town. Because we cut us down. She's the Main Street Middletown crossing guard. Makes me proud to call Middletown my own backyard. The Main Street Middletown crossing guard. Well, there's a lady in town who saved my life at least 1,000 times. At the Salvation Army, crossing the street to the public market. Yeah, there's a lady in town who saved my life at least 1,000 times. At the Salvation Army, crossing the street to the public market.
Here's your cup to another day in this big old life. Door wide open, door closed down. Depends on the moon, depends on a clown in your head, waving all those signs to skip the wherefores and shouldn't we. Head straight for the exit, please. Step onto the path you made in this big old life. Sun comes up, sun goes down on every small forgotten town, shining on every soul, spilling light in every dark hole. There ain't a thing you gotta do to let that sun shine down on you. Step right into this big old life. Love me tender, love me not. Depends on the flower, depends on the hard plucking petals and the mirror inside. Are you ready to rise and shine? Are you ready to say be mine? If you are, then let's take a ride in this big old life. Yeah, are you ready to rise and shine? Are you ready to say be mine? If you are, then let's take a ride in this big old life. If you are, then let's take a ride in this big old life.
The rich folk wonder where the money went, and Section 8'll help you make your rent. And the soup kitchen is heaven sent. Oh, when you're hungry and the dough's all spent. This end of town looks so pretty at sundown. The lovely women like Takesha all around. Mr. Yambo's rice and beans are golden brown. You're in the heart of Middletown, where the river runs to the sound. You're in the heart of Middletown. Now up the soccer fields they have a ball, all shapes and sizes as I recall. Parents are screaming and they have their gall, 'cause the coaches don't get nothing at all. The carnival always brings bad weather, but at least it gets the kids together. From Indian Hill I am looking down on the carnival in Middletown. A mighty river takes you to the sound. You're in the heart of Middletown. La da da, la da da da, la da da, la da da da. The Dairy Queen, the Woolworth store, ain't there no more? Everything is shiny new. At Brubaker rivers we do the Jabba Jive. Chelsea and Crystal, keep your hopes alive. Joseph and Eloise work hard to thrive. The Wiener Schnitzel makes it worth your drive. We ain't too up, we ain't too down. I guess we're looking for that middle ground. Sometimes I wonder if it can be found here in the heart of Middletown. The mighty river, she is ocean bound. You're in the heart of Middletown. The carnival always brings bad weather, but at least it gets the kids together. From Indian Hill I am looking down into the heart of Middletown, where the river runs to the sound. You're in the heart of Middletown. La da da, 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 la da da.
Just because of you, I'm splitting with the past. I'm trying to get my thing together. Just because of you, baby, please try to understand. My turn at love, you gave it back again. And I believe it's all that I can do to give you the best of me. At first you came and cast my way. I took a bite. Now I don't know if what I'm doing's right. So please come back and let's start over again, baby. Out of the showers, out of the rain, out of the showers. Now ever since the first day we were talking, everything that came up to kill so involving. And baby, every day we see lovers chances. Take me on and come to me, I can manage. 'Cause everybody knows true love is power. Everybody sing, come out of the showers. I wanna tell you one thing, that she want the loving. I tell you that she want me. Yeah, for everything I've got, she give it back to me. She's got everything, everything I need. I'm giving her good love, tell you she's giving it back to me. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. You ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. With the fine hours in this house of love, you and me, baby. This house of love.
place will never be forgotten. A lovely place called Middletown. I know I'll always remember the warmth of its sound. Lingers so long, no other can be found. If you've been there, I will make a bet. The lovely times you won't forget. The chimes that are played echo through time, uncountable by days. The city park you'll have to see, and harbor parks a place to be. Oh yes, Middletown's remembered. I seem to often feel it near somehow. Often I can hear its lovely tone. And City Hall has a beauty, such a beauty on its own. So no one can say a town so dear will ever go away. I love it now and always will. Believe me, Middletown will leave you so fulfilled. Connecticut, that is. Middletown. Middletown. Middletown, Connecticut.
cocktail parties and landscape vistas of rarefied air. It's too freezing cold up there. Moribund hostesses make me shiver. I'm climbing a ladder down to the river. Ripple current, ocean bound. Only here do I bow down. Sink my toes in fish rank muck, soft and warm and full of suck. My harp sings to the blessing giver. I'm climbing her ladder down by the river. Climbing a ladder down to the river. Ladder, ladder, I descend down where cocktail parties end. Sink my toes in fish rank muck, soft and warm and full of suck. My harp sings to the blessing giver. I'm climbing her ladder down by the river.
Feel your wheels on the road and your hands on the wheel. Watch the way that the world makes you feel. Is it a heavy load or is it lighter than air? Feel your wheels on the road. It'll take you somewhere. It'll take you somewhere. It'll bring you right there. Into the middle, and a still small voice says I am what I am. I am right here and I am with you. Starlight, honey, and we're gonna shine. Keep it in mind. Feel your feet on the ground in the crunch of the snow. You know your boots make a sound wherever you go. Is as sweet as a whistle, or sad like a song. Feel your boots on the ground, and you won't step wrong, and you won't step wrong, and it won't take long. small voice that says I am what I am, and I'm gonna be strong, and I am with you in the starlight, honey, I'm gonna shine. Keep it in mind, keep your ear on the river, on the whippoorwill call, on the quiet of an evening, on the rise and fall. Is it crying out to ya? Is it whispering? You gotta lean in, keep listening. It's getting busy in my world, it's getting busy in my head. I get dizzy when I try to find a place to be instead. Feel your wheels on the road and your boots on the ground. Oh, listen to the rise and fall. Try to put it down. Go on and put it down. Go on and let it rain. Get back to the middle, and the still small voice says I am what I am, and this is the thing. I am with you in the starlight, honey, and we're gonna shine. Keep it in mind. Yeah, I am with you in the starlight, honey, and I'm gonna shine. No matter what we do, keep it in mind.
Just because of you, I'm splitting with the past. I'm trying to get my thing together. Just because of you, baby, please try to understand. My turn at love, you gave it back again. And I believe it's all that I can do to give you the best sugar cane and cast my way. I took a bite. Now I don't know if what I'm doing's right. So please come back and let's start over again, baby. Out of the showers, out of the rain, out of the showers, ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the showers, out of the rain, with the fine hours in this house of love. You and me, baby. 'Cause in this house of love you find protection. Never in a day where you be neglected. Baby, come on in. Hey girl, come out of the rain. Love again. You ain't never gonna come out of the rain. Baby, come on in. Oh yeah, come out of the rain. With the fine hours in this house of love. Now ever since the first day we were talking, everything that came up clear was so involving. And baby, every day we see it, love was chances. Take me on and come to me, I can manage. 'Cause everybody knows true love is power. And everybody say, come out of the showers. Wanna tell you one thing, that she won't love me. I tell you that she want me. I'm giving her loving, she giving it back to me. She got everything, thing that I need. I'm giving her loving, tell you she's giving it back. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. Out of the showers, ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. With the fine hours in this house of love. You and me, baby, in this house of love. Showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. Out of the showers, ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the shower, baby. Hey girl, come out of the rain. Live forever in this house of love. You and me, baby. Now ever since the first day we were talking, everything that came up to kill so involving. And baby, every day we see it, love us chances. Take me on and come to me, I can manage. 'Cause everybody knows true love is power. Everybody say, come out of the showers. I wanna tell you one thing, that she want the loving. I tell you that she want me. Give her everything I've got, she give it back to me. She's got everything, everything I need. I'm giving her good love, tell you she's giving it back to me. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. You ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. With the fine hours in this house of love. You and me, baby. This house of love.
Whoa. This one is for you, man.
letter. You said, my brother, how are you? When was the last time you said I love you? And I'm just calling to say that I do. When was the last time you paid him a visit? You said, what is it that seems to trouble your mind? And when was the last time you had no reason, no special season, you were just being kind? Today you may be with us, tomorrow might not be yours. The future is promised to none of us, no matter how young or old. Always remember, here there's no forever, and to love each other is the best gift to mankind. When was the last time you said, brother, don't worry, I'll come in a hurry, call me anytime? And when was the last time you said, sister, I'm sorry, brother, I'm sorry, it will be alright? Do you honor your father and mother? Love thy neighbor as you love thyself. Are you ready to face your creator, to answer for yourself? Always remember, here there's no forever, and to love each other is the best gift to mankind.
Well, why did you leave me? Well, why did you have to go? Oh yes you knew that it would hurt me so. I'm all alone, I have nobody to call my own. That's why I need somebody to rock me all night long. Cause train number one's gone, train number two's gone, train number three has been gone, train number four's gone, train number five's been gone. How long must I wait for you?
there's a lady in town who saved my life at least 1,000 times. I don't even know her name, but that just goes to show you the way that I am. She's not a doctor or a lawyer, a priest or a nun, but to me she's divine. She steps out into the road. I think it's no big deal, the way she lightens your load, the way she stops those wheels. She's the Main Street Middletown crossing guard. She's a Main Street Middletown crossing guard. She's a hero of mine. I thank her every time if she ever left this town. The cars would cut us down. She's a Main Street Middletown crossing guard. Makes me proud to call Middletown my own backyard. The Main Street Middletown crossing guard. Well, from the Aragoni Bridge or off Route 9, they come a-barreling by. They don't want to stop for nothing. They're all caught up in their own little world. But my brave brunette, she shuts them down and does it all with a smile. She's just a local girl. She loves her own hometown. She lets her flag unfurl. She spreads the love around. She's a Main Street Middletown crossing guard. She's a Main Street Middletown crossing guard. She's a hero of mine. I thank her every time if she ever leaves this town. The cars will cut us down. She's a Main Street Middletown crossing guard. Makes me proud to call Middletown my own backyard. The Main Street Middletown crossing guard. Well, there's a lady in town who saved my life at least 1,000 times. At the Salvation Army, crossing the street to the public market. There's a lady in town who saved my life at least 1,000 times. At the Salvation Army, crossing the street to the public market.
Glass half empty, glass half full. Depends on the day, depends on the fool who is asking, and the fool who replies, you're gonna drink it up anyway. Does it really matter what you say? Raise your cup to another day. Clown in your head, waving all those signs to skip the wherefores and shouldn't we head straight for the exit, please. Step onto the path you made in this big old life. Sun comes up, sun goes down on every small forgotten town, shining on every soul, spilling light in every dark hole. There ain't a thing you gotta do to let that sun shine down on you. Step right into this big old life. Love me tender, love me not. Depends on the flower, depends on the hard plucking petals and the mirror inside. Are you ready to rise and shine? Are you ready to say be mine? If you are, then let's take a ride in this big old life. Yeah, are you ready to rise and shine? Are you ready to say be mine? If you are, then let's take a ride in this big old life. If you are, then let's take a ride in this big old life.
The rich folk wonder where the money went, and Section 8'll help you make your rent. And the soup kitchen is heaven sent. Oh, when you're hungry and the dough's all spent, this end of town looks so pretty at sundown. A whose rice and beans are golden brown. You're in the heart of Middletown, where the river runs to the sound. You're in the heart of Middletown. Now up the soccer fields they have a ball, all shapes and sizes as I recall. Parents are screaming and they have their call, 'cause the coaches don't get nothing at all. The carnival always brings bad weather, but at least it gets the kids together. From Indian Hill I am looking down on the carnival in Middletown. A mighty river takes you to the sound. You're in the heart of Middletown. La da da, la da 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 da, la da da, la da da da. The Dairy Queen, the Woolworth store, ain't there no more. Everything is shiny new. At Brubaker's we do the Jabba Jive. Chelsea and Crystal keep your hopes alive. Joseph and Eloise work hard to thrive. The Wiener Schnitzel makes it worth your drive. We ain't too up, we ain't too down. I guess we're looking for that middle ground. Sometimes I wonder if it can be found here in the heart of Middletown. The mighty river, she is ocean bound. You're in the heart of Middletown. Up, 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 up. Looking down into the heart of Middletown, where the river runs just to the sound. You're in the heart of Middletown. La da da, 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 la da da.
I'm splitting with the past. I'm trying to get my thing together. Just because of you, baby, please try to understand. My turn at love, you gave it back again. And I believe it's all that I can do to give you the best of me. At first you came and cast my way. I took a bite. Now I don't know if what I'm doing's right. So please come back and let's start over again, baby. Out of the showers, out of the rain, out of the showers, ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the showers, out of the rain, with the fine hours in this house of love. You and me, baby. 'Cause in this house of love you find protection. Never in a day where you be neglected. Baby, come on in. Hey girl, come out of the rain. Love again. You ain't never gonna come out of the rain. Baby, come on in. Oh yeah, come out of the rain. With the fine hours in this house of love. Now ever since the first day we were talking, everything that came up clear was so involving. And baby, every day we see it, love was chances. Take me on and come to me, I can manage. 'Cause everybody knows true love is power. And everybody say, come out of the showers. Wanna tell you one thing, that she won't love me. I tell you that she want me. I'm giving her loving, she giving it back to me. She got everything, thing that I need. I'm giving her loving, tell you she's giving it back. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. Out of the showers, ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. With the fine hours in this house of love. Out of the showers, hey girl, come out of the rain. Out of the showers, ain't never gonna be the same. Out of the shower, baby, hey girl, come out of the rain. Live forever in this house of love. Now ever since the first day we were talking, everything that came up to give so involving. And baby, every day we see it, love was chances. Take me on and come to me, I can manage. 'Cause everybody knows true love is power. Everybody say, come out of the showers. I wanna tell you one thing, that she want the loving. I tell you that she want me. Yeah, for everything I've got, she give it back to me.